That thing too. Okay, it's actually picking something up. What is going on, guys? We're jumping into some vintage story. Strange that I can't run an ad. I want to finish those shingles. I'm gonna try to get to bed early. The way I can actually wake up. They say that it's 10 o'clock. I'm doing o'clock. Okay, it's almost gone. No, it is gone. I guess while we're waiting, I can write. Father, could it be your will? Give me. I am a prisoner myself, as a condemned fate. With strength as I reach out to your grace. Prepare me for battle in the holy war. Brand my heart and seal me, Lord. For I know when I pray. Let my battle cry ring out to those lost and afraid. Fight demons invoked by choices they've made. To fight demons invoked by choices they've made. Stand up, my brethren. Don the armor of salvation and grace. Take up the sword of the Spirit and take hold of the shield of faith. For his mercies abound forever. Unending is his grace. Pray to lead me through this valley, O God. This valley of sin and death. Pray lead me through this valley, O God. This valley of sin and darkness and death. As I lift my hands in worship. Like I have nothing left. I like this music, it's inspiring me. I pray, oh God, give me strength to face the day. No, I pray, oh God, lend me strength to face the day. To face my trials and temptations. Cast away fear and despair. The devils groan, they gnash their teeth and pull me down. Praise you, O Lord. In you I have a crown. I lift my hands and praise you, O God. Praise your sacrifice in Jesus Christ. Praise your sacrifice for me, how you led me out of the darkness, how you have opened my eyes to see. Yes. I need to get something to drink. And it could be coffee. But it could be tea. Tea's not as bad as coffee. And I'm just sitting here writing, and this is going to be up on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting content. I'm writing a poem, so. And we've only been live like 16 minutes. I'll be right back, though. I might come back to that a little later. Hey guys, what's going on? We're back. And see, in this game, I can actually sit down and talk to you. Or I can just talk to you through the camera. I'm wondering if maybe, like, for this game, it would actually be better to lose the face cam. I don't know. It could be interesting. I've seen a lot of people playing Vintage Story that don't have the face cam on, and then what I can do is, if somebody follows or something like that, then I can give them the personal thank you. But today we are going to finish up the shingles. At least I hope so. And I still want to build up some plaster. Yeah, a few things. I never did like that. I wonder if I can fit a full 64 in there. And only fire up to 48 at once. That's what I thought. Why did I get a massive amount of sticks? Yeah, of course I'm hungry. Why? Wait, what? Why do I hate? I have no problem with females. In fact, I have a wife. But thanks for dropping in, Joppin. And how are you doing today? I'm misogynistic. No. And here comes the train. Why would you assume that I'm misogynistic? Hey, no one, what's up? Those are really, really weird. Like, why would you assume that I'm misogynistic? It actually kind of hurts my feelings. Oh, that crowd's empty. And I didn't mean to get in bed. Okay, I gotta look this word up because I don't know if I should allow it or not. Incel is a member of an online community of young men who consider themselves unable to attract women sexually, typically associated with views that are hostile toward women and men who are sexually active. So what, you're saying I'm ugly? I'm sorry, I have a very beautiful wife, thank you very much. But, I mean, to each their own. Honestly, I think that my reflection runs away in the morning. But I am lucky to have a very, very beautiful wife, and I worship the ground she walks on. I have no problem against women. In fact, but yeah, I'll allow it just because I had to look up that term. But yeah, you really are like hurting my feelings here. And yes, you did come at the perfect time, no one. I mean, I make fun of my the way I look all the time. But the fact that you would assume that I'm misogynistic and I have any problems against women just because I'm not exactly the best to look at, wow. I don't know, but yeah, that's this incel. I'll put the definition because I had to look it up. This right here is the definition of incel. That's like, wow. I can pull up a picture of my wife. I mean, I've heard of stereotypes, but that, wow. I don't mean to like. I'm sorry if I'm hurting your feelings, but you know that kind of hurts mine that you would assume that. Yeah, I know. So I gotta ruffle his back a little bit too. But yeah, just for those watching YouTube, in chat, you might have seen it in a little over on the side. But yeah, somebody has called me an incel, which means a member of an online community of young men who consider themselves unable to attract women sexually, typically associated with views that are hostile toward women and men who are sexually active. I think I've made enough shingles to last the entire time that I'm playing this game. Yeah, probably. I'll tell you what, he's just jealous because I look so good. That's what it is. Yeah, he probably insulted me and then booked out of here, especially when I called him out on it. That's what it is. He's jealous because I'm playing Vintage Story and he's not. Definitely, man. But how you been? No one? How's your day been? And this is perfect content for. This is absolutely perfect content for YouTube because I'm sitting here talking to no one. He couldn't survive the learning clip that is Vintage Story. Yeah, this thing's got a steep learning curve, man. Super steep learning curve. I love this game, but it takes a while to get used to it. Oh, that is perfect. That works out. Doing well. Just got done shifting all the interior columns of the cathedral as they were all off alignment. Ooh, that stinks. But yeah, it sounds like that was a pain, especially if you had them chiseled already. I don't know if you're doing any kind of chiseling or if you're just like leaving them as is. We're doing some chiseling here. I want to finish it up by going around it with andesite cobblestone. You got to make some andesite cobblestone though. It was tedious. Yep, the arches all had to move too. Sarah, 5619 814. What am I doing? Okay, well, what do you mean? First off, um, what am I doing in Vintage Story? What game is this? Oh, okay. So these are pit kilns. All right. Um, in Vintage Story, when you have any kind of clay matter, well, pit kilns were a way that people actually fired clay before they actually came up with kilns. It's actually something that's used today in some cultures. Essentially, it's building a fire around a clay object and then setting that on fire, and then the clay hardens. What I am what I'm trying to fire is we got all of these clay shingles that I've made that I'm going to use to build the roof to this house. I just realized there. Eventually, yes, that is the plan. Um, it's a game a lot like Minecraft. We are building up our base here. Going to have a gable end here. I'm not 100% sure on how I want to do the roof yet. Anyway, Sarah, how'd you find the channel? What kind of games you like to play? And have you played Vintage Story? I'm sorry, I'm not a misogynistic guy. Never have been. Another term that I'm going to have to look up eventually. I really don't care. No, I am. And I hear that train coming again. And there's the first time I've messed up. I have no idea, dude. Hey, you know what? If it's going to be like, if that's what they want to do is come in here and pick on me, then fine, whatever. I don't care. Now I gotta look this up.
Oh, so this one is saying that I'm lacking in masculine characteristics. That's kind of funny too. Honestly, it's probably the same person using an alt account. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Now, if you want to know what personally, like one of the most masculine characteristics that you could possibly have is the fact that you're not going to let anybody bother you. You're not going to let anybody take care, take anything, uh, like, yeah, you're not going to let anybody just bring you down. I know who I am. I know exactly what I stand for. And I'd say honestly, that's something that a lot of men can't say anymore. And I take the term misogynistic as being soybeans are nice plants, and yeah, hey, that's one way to look at it. I don't think I've found soybeans, but I think I'm far enough that I might be able to. Oh my god. I do think that I went overboard when I made all of these shingles. It's dusk in my game, and it never ceases to amaze me. Yes, yeah. It'll be sunset or sunrise here. No, Minecraft. Like I do like Minecraft, and I do enjoy Minecraft, but really, it's too cartoony. Vintage Story just has this, dare I say it, vintage look to it. Yeah, but dare I say it, vintage look to it. I mean, even though it does look like I'm running around in my PJs. And it's fall, it's September. Yeah, I wouldn't say I mean, it actually is very. I kind of like to use the Conquest texture pack. I know that they're making one. Originally, he was streaming some of his content, but I haven't seen him on in a while. The guy who made Conquest. Um, hey, how's it going? I added a few custom commands. So you've got how crazy, brain cells, and then it's links to all my socials. Wow, that is a lot of brain cells. And the only reason why I put it that high was I actually looked it up, and you're 63% crazy. You've lost 8,000 brain cells. No, I've actually looked it up. I was gonna put like 0 to 1,000, um, but then I actually found out that it is a proven fact. Once we hit 20 years old, we can lose up to 10,000 brain cells a day. It's like, wow. So it's like, okay, and that would be really cool, like a really cool topic to bring up when somebody uses brain cells. It's like that might actually be true. Curious what it says for me. Oh wait, I typed a one. Yeah, I've lost the most at 9,710. I don't think. See, it's not that because what I was reading is it's not that it really affects you. Are we full? Yeah, we're full. It's not that it really affects you. As you lose the brain cells, your neurons are making new connections, and so on and so forth. Um, the only thing that really ends up happening would be if you start to have serious damage in the prefrontal cortex, which controls memory. That's Alzheimer's. Even though I'm getting there, I suffer from sometimes. Streamlabs and Stream Elements agree on your craziness level. Got around 63% on. Nice. And well, that's great. Do we have an empty chest? I honestly don't think we do. That's pretty close to empty. There we go. That one is completely empty. What's interesting, Wybos? Yeah, it's almost like trying to find an empty chest in Minecraft. And what's up, Dragon? How you doing tonight, man? Does he mod? Oh, the brain cell stuff is in. Okay, gotcha. And if you guys think that the timers are like set too quick or anything, I'm noticing how fast that. Oh, now that's nice. I didn't know Hub would work for everyone. And Twitch doesn't want to work for you today at all. You're here using Molly Twitch. I've never heard of that. Multi Twitch. Gotcha. I wonder if, like, when you've got your quote unquote 16 viewers on multi Twitch, if it actually counts you as a viewer for every stream. Not that it really matters. I mean, I actually turned my viewer count off. As I said, it doesn't matter, Dragon. Uh, but I was just curious. Because it'd be like the ultimate lurk tool. I know for a fact that lurking is one of the best ways to support a stream. I'm all for letting the streamer know that you're lurking. But if it counts you as a viewer in every single stream, that would be way. I'd use it to like work on multiple channels. Because most of the time, that's the only way that I can support my fellow streamers is through lurking. Right. I hate it when Twitch messes up. You got Chovy to add a section for modding and custom content creation. Nice. Um, I've actually I've done custom content creation. I created I didn't make it. All right, I didn't start it. It was actually made by, I want to say, a person whose username was Mad Templar. This was back before they had Skyrim Special Edition. Um, this Mad Templar person went through and like created the mod. They added a Guildmaster's quarters to the Thieves Guild in Skyrim. But when I loaded it and I started playing it, I noticed that it was like extremely laggy, like super laggy. Um, so I loaded it up in the uh, creation kit, the Skyrim creation kit, and I noticed that there wasn't any occlusion planes. Um, it was loading up this massive area at the same time. That's one of the reasons why it was so laggy. So I went in and put in occlusion planes and occlusion boxes so that it would only load up certain places as you went through the uh, the mod. From there, I started adding in stuff my own, or like stuff myself, or just for myself. And it got to the point that it's like, hey, I've added so much on this, I'd like to post it. Um, so I got in touch with the person who made the original mod, and I kind of took it over because they weren't doing any more modding. By the time Skyrim Special Edition came up, um, I had uploaded it to Skyrim Special Edition and then added even more stuff into it. So it got to the point where like the guild would upgrade as you took on quests for the guild, um, and as you unlocked, say, the different merchants in the Thieves Guild, it would add in stuff to the Thieves Guild, to the Guild Master's quarters, um, and then I got permission from another content creator to add in a special bow. That so it was a modified bow that I actually went into, and I took the Nightingale bow and took the model for the Nightingale bow and added in, um, or as I took the model for the cross-haired Nightingale bow is what it was, and added in the dragon bow or the dragon bone bow. So you had this black bow with dragon bone as kind of a recurve bow. It looked awesome. But I got permission from the guy who created those models to use that model. And then I just kind of got out of creation content or custom content creation. Haven't really done much since, in all honesty. Music was really loud. One of these days, I might have to try my hand at making a mod for Vintage Story. That would be cool. It was. Let me see. And here comes that train again. Yeah. So I did find the mod on Nexus, and I'll post a picture of the bow I made in photos. Anova raiding with a party at 20. Wuffler, hey, what's up, guys? Ananova, what's up, guys? Thank you for that raid. Yeah, the train. And we got a raid as the train was coming by, so. But thanks for that follow, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for that follow, Wuffler. I really appreciate it. So, Wuffler, first off, yeah, you came in with Ananova raid. Since you're here, name one thing that you like about Ananova. I haven't actually watched the stream, so I'd love to know. I'd love to hear what you like about her. I need to get andesite. Spreading the gospel. Yep. Um, need to. Gospel means good news. The bad news is that we've all sinned and deserve the wrath to come. But Jesus the Messiah died for our sins, was buried, and then raised on the third day. According to the scriptures, he ascended into heaven and right now is seated on the Father's right hand. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. The time is fulfilled and the kingdom of God is at hand. Repent and believe in the gospel. Anna is so incredibly kind. You will be welcomed as soon as you come in. That's awesome. And how was Tower of Fantasy? I've seen a lot of people have been playing it, and I have not gotten into it. Like being family, and you will know instantly that she loves Jesus. Dragon says, according to Google, I'm not the only person with this problem. In the past 12 hours, there are a lot more people that have the same problem. Did I miss a message, Dragon? XTarlina27, thank you for that follow. Oh, okay, so the problem with Twitch. Gotcha. Tarlina, I'm assuming you came in with the Ananova raid. What's one thing that you like about Ananova? Thank you. Thank you for streaming. I don't know about all that. I mean, I'm just kind of doing my own thing. We're playing a game called Vintage Story. It's kind of like Minecraft, but I personally like it a lot better than Minecraft. And no one says that there's a lot of problems with Twitch. Yeah, I will 100% agree on that one. And we have all of our shingles. I'm gonna lurk for a while I wrap things up. Exclamation point lurk. It's gonna take a minute. I like how she chats with everyone in the chat to the best of her ability. I try to do that too. And Dragonheart was saying that he had a problem. It's like, wait, did I miss something? Um, Oh, our flax is done. I'm gonna grab that. I've also added some new channel points. So one of the channel points that I've added for those of you guys that have been like coming around and have some saved up, for 1,000 channel points, you can request that I read a poem on stream. I know that some of you noticed or have known that I write poetry, so I'm working on getting my book done. Um, but I will read one of my poetry or one of my original poems on stream for 1,000 channel points. I need to find a trader. You're looking at something more expensive in the channel points. Let me guess, 10,000 to choose my game. What would you make me play, Dragon? Do I get paid for playing ads? Actually, yes. Um, so for each ad that gets played, I'm not 100% sure, but I think I get somewhere around 1 to 2, maybe 3 cents. Um, yes, there is a channel point reward for ad time. And one of the things that that does is every time that I pop an ad, like a minute and 30 seconds, it actually prevents pre-roll ads for anybody coming in. Halo Reach, not the rest of the series. I am not that good at Halo, but hey, if you want me to play Halo, we can play Halo. It's always cool because one of the things that we're doing for YouTube is, I beat. Does everybody have to watch that? I believe it is like when you pop that, it's everybody in the channel that is not a subscriber would actually have to watch the ad. I believe since you are a sub, you don't have to watch it. But also remember that for non-subs, um, like non-subs coming in, uh, that prevents pre-roll ads for them. And since it's a acclaimed ad and everybody knows that it's coming, I'm not really going to be doing anything on stream for that minute or so. So it's kind of a win-win for everybody, actually. Vintage Story is a pretty laid-back game, so unless somebody would pop an ad time in the middle of a say temporal storm, and miss all the action of me probably dying, you know. Finds a saw-blade locust and then somebody redeems ad time. That would be bad. Because that saw-blade locust is more than likely going to kill me, and I'm going to be running for my life. Those things are terrifying. Or no, a bell. That would be... I don't know what would be worse, the locust or the bell. Even though, honestly, if I ran into a bell, somebody popping ad time... Which, I mean, it's not going to... It wouldn't trigger the ad right away. I believe I have to trigger the ad. So, you know... But redeeming an ad when somebody... Or when I find a bell would actually save some people's ears. So those things are... Wow. The first time I found one, I almost had a heart attack. Yeah, Halo Reach is just an amazing game. Could carry you through the story if you wanted, but that would limit it to nighttime streams because I can't get up for that in the morning. I'm already too little on sleep. Me too, dude. Me too. I mean, honestly, that would kind of work for me because I tend to stream in the. I have tried to start streaming a little bit more in the evening. And it would give me some give me content to put up on YouTube. So it'd give me varied content to put up on YouTube. I'm doing pretty good, Wells. I wanted to get those tiles done. We've gotten them done. So, like, the biggest thing that we wanted to do for this stream is complete. Or at least this quote-unquote episode of the stream. Um, think we're going to go right through there. And I'm just going to throw my shovel. Beaten Halo Reach more than once, even done a few of the challenge runs. Oh, nice. Here's my question, though. Is it on Game Pass? I'm pretty sure it would be. Yeah, it's a Microsoft game, and, like, almost all Microsoft games are on Game Pass. And yes, welcome to any raiders that are still lurking. This is Vintage Story. This is a game kind of like Minecraft, but not quite. In my opinion, it's better. It's in the Master Chief Collection. Okay, awesome. Of course, my shovel broke. Of course, I didn't quite make it past. So I'm gonna go 4 wide. It's gonna be here. Now, here's my question, Dragon. If you redeemed that, would you want me to start it like right now? This is what actually has been a point of conjecture for the Halo community because Master Chief is not in the Halo Reach or Halo 3 ODST, but both are in the Master Chief Collection. And you have an odd stance on the argument of it being in the Master Chief Collection, or my question of would you want to redeem it right now? I know I need to make. On both of them in the Master Chief. And I'll probably wait a little bit before I bring. Okay. We got. I think we got more rocks. There's our andesite. So I wanted to use that to make some andesite cobblestone. Because I kind of wanted to go out here and finish up my pit kiln, which looks like they're done. I might eat it. I might eat the rot. I think I can, actually. I don't think it even hurts me. What can I do then? An ingredient for compost. So compost is mixing in a barrel 64 liters of rock. We do have an empty barrel. I think I'm just going to start putting all of my rot in barrel. Yeah, that's what I thought. I actually got to put blocks down in order to get the edges of it. Then I got to do some serious cutting down. Yeah, drifters. I can hear them. I believe Halo Reach should be in the Master Chief Collection, but Halo 3 ODST should not. And of course, we got drifters throwing stones at us. Okay, so why should Halo Reach be in there, but Halo 3 ODST not? You said both of them doesn't contain, or neither one of them contains Master Chief. Oh wow, we've got a lot of moaners. You see that? Dude was down there praying. Yeah, why is that? Why do you have that stance? I'm curious. And Anonova says, just lurking to wrap things up from stream. Haven't been able to watch much, but definitely seems a lot like Minecraft. It looks cool though. Yeah, and one of the things is I like the more realistic color palette. Um, the textures in this. Minecraft, in my opinion, it's just really cartoony. Plus the micro block chiseling, kind of like the chisels and bits mod for Minecraft, is like baked into this game, which is something that I really enjoy. I can sit there and chisel for hours. And you got these guys, which are the main. Ooh, Temple of Gear, nice. Movies because Halo Reach has a lot of information that directly pertains to the Master Chief. Even though he is not directly in the story. Halo 3 ODST has nothing to do with Master Chief. Literally, in the first occurrence of the game, Master Chief is leaving the planet without any idea of what is about to happen. And no one says, I've loved the chiseling, windmills, seasons, and exploration, whether it be ruins or finding. Oh, we have company in the house. That's because I have the roof open. Really need to finish this. But yeah, finding ruins is really cool. I actually found a ruin below my base. So we've kind of walled it off now. But this actually leads down into a cave. You can hear the drifters down there. And this is what you can do with the chiseling. Like this took a long time. I only wish that I could place that on one that wasn't directly there, because I'd like to do like a wood cabinet here. I'm trying not to spoil the story for anyone. No, I mean, just the first cutscene isn't spoiling the story, really, in my opinion. I don't know if we're going to be able to chisel this tonight. I'm wondering if maybe I should put a too-high wall. The first cutscene is always like in the middle of Halo 3, the normal one. So was like ODST an offshoot of 3? Was it like a separate game but happening during the same time? I haven't followed Halo since like the beginning Halo. I barely followed it. Um, I had a PlayStation 2 instead of an Xbox. Oh man, I went single. I guess that's what we're gonna have to do. We're gonna have to go down to one by one voxel just to make these things consistent. I mean, that little extra detail does kind of add a little bit. I don't feel like it adds in that much. Yeah, and he runs away. I did not mean to hit that. And I hit that one too. And the chisel broke. Uh, it's the same timeline and universe, just a different piece of the story. It's going into the shoes of an ODST soldier instead of the Spartans you normally play as. Okay. And we have glass. We have 12 pieces of glass. We can use it for plain glass slabs. We can use it for display cases, leaded glass panes, and plain glass paint. That is a new one. That is a new one for me. I think that might be part of a mod. and you learn what ODST stands for. I do not know what ODST stands for. Orbital dropship tube. Okay, cool. I thought that was kind of what the Spartans were. It was just orbital dropship troopers. Hold on. I know I have another. Yeah, okay, so that one's already got. Into 5. It gives us 2. We need to go through and order this stuff. The Spartans trade for space combat. ODST is only for the ground. Okay, so Spartans train for in space combat as well. And ODST is for is essentially ground troops. Let's see here. We're gonna need the sticks. I need to go pick up those shingles too. Get that out of the way. If somebody came in here earlier, Dragon, you can ask no one. No one was here. Except the ODST or Special Forces of the ground, they are often dropped from orbit straight into the middle of the battle while it's happening. Ooh, that sounds fun. But yeah, you can ask no one because he was here. Somebody came in here and it's like, you look like this, and I'm like, huh? What was it they called me? An incel? I had to look it up because I had no idea what it meant. Apparently, it's somebody who's. And Shelby says, "Hey, Donnie, how's it go? How goes it? It goes pretty good." But yeah, as I was saying, somebody came in chat and called me an incel. I've never heard the term before. I look it up, and it's somebody who feels that they are quote unquote sexually unattractive, and because of that, they are misogynistic to women. And then I believe it was the same person that comes in on a separate account and then calls me a soy boy, which means somebody that isn't masculine enough. And I'm like, okay, this is some interesting content. Right, people. Oh, dang it. Yeah, I'm like, okay. Yeah, sure, whatever. It was kind of funny, really. Um, there we go. I'm gonna have to do it this way. Yeah, I'm a vegan virgin. Thanks for that lurk, Anna. I appreciate it. Now, Jake's a vegan. I have no problem, like I don't have any issue with him being vegan. One time I went into his stream and it's like he was talking about being a vegan, or no, he's not a vegan. He's a ovo-lacto vegetarian. Um, I went into his stream and I was like, "So you eat the stuff, or you eat the stuff that my food eats?" Night, Anna. You have yourself a good one and have a good rest. And once again, thanks for that raid. I appreciate it. Still need to make. Uh, ODST is also nicknamed the Hell Jumpers because they get shot from orbit into battle in a metal coffin. Oh wow, yeah, that'd be fun. So let's go ahead and switch over our fired ones for the unfired ones. Of course, they're going to do that. The sun's coming up. You're really starting to. Uh, now, so as I'm looking for a rock to throw at you, you come and decide to smack me. Yeah, that's true. It's okay to be a vegan and or a virgin. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. Though being 37 and having 4 kids be kind of hard for me. What was I doing? Oh yeah. And looks like I have one more. Let me see how many of the kilns that I fill with what the stacks of 48 that I have. Stepmom is pescatarian. What does that mean? And it fell in a hole. Cool, I can get out. I gotta go kill these guys, because they're starting to annoy me. Mostly vegan with the exception of fish. I I actually might be down for that. I do like my fish. Even though honestly, fish isn't good for you anymore. Vegetarianism can be a problem if you try to force it on others, though. Also, kids and some adults need meat to live, but that's another issue. Yeah, well, the argument is, as a vegetarian, you can get your protein from other sources. That's mainly the thing. I, I'm I'm right there with Joby. I'm just saying bacon, no. Where in the heck did you come from? Dude just shows out of nowhere. I have tons of flax, so I can make flax bread. I just need to find a trader that will buy it. The bacon is very good. He was lonely. There's a lot of them down there in our quote-unquote cellar that I need to get down there and light up. Okay, we have a stack of 32. That needs to be a stack of 48. I'm all about bacon. I once tried a bacon flavored soda. Uh, don't recommend. I've seen somebody react to bacon flavored soda. I don't know. Bacon and soda, just like, no, thank you. And there's one lady that's coming to stream. Her username is Bacon Queen. She's actually a mod on this game. Like a mod for this server. I haven't seen her in a while though. And it looks like I am out of hay. I've had vomit that tasted better than the bacon flavored soda, which is saying a lot. Wow. And of course, we're getting hungry. It's always with the hungry. That crock is empty. I also have this, like, a ton of flax grain and the peanuts in my inventory. I have no idea. I have no idea how bacon flavored soda and bacon flavored toothpaste sell. Because I don't think either one of them actually tastes like bacon. Now, there are some who makes candied bacon. Personally, I'm not exactly for that either. I know how to make it. It's like, yeah, I'm not all for the sweet and savory, you know? Just give me the savory. In fact, I would honestly say that I have a savory tooth more than I have a sweet tooth. I keep on coming here to um, chisel, and I don't have a chisel. How many do I have in there? There was my other 16. Yeah, Dragon says I have a Christmas ornament that is made to look like bacon. Nice. Uh, it's probably good for avoiding diabetes. Yes, it's a very interesting Christmas decoration. I will say one of the things that I'm very, very lucky with the diabetes thing. I'm a big guy. All right. My mom had diabetes, or my mom has diabetes. My grandfather had diabetes. My sister's got diabetes. But I'm looking at my uncle. Uh, every single one of my family members then ended up getting diabetes. Also had low blood sugar to begin with. Is it worth it to try terrible bacon flavored things for money? I don't know. I don't know if I want to do like I really don't. I kind of don't agree with doing the stupid stuff for money. Like Ninja was talking about it. Like, are you willing to sacrifice your integrity for success? It's kind of the same way. Are you willing to? I do believe that it was low blood sugar because it was low blood sugar and then they developed diabetes. I'm not 100% sure, but low blood sugar is caused by an overactive uh, gallbladder. Or, yeah, an overactive gallbladder, creating more insulin than needed, um, which ends up causing the body to develop an immunity to it. And that's type 2 diabetes. Um, type 1 diabetes is you are essentially born with it and your body doesn't create the insulin it needs. There is a big difference between type 2 and type 1. Type 2 onset diabetes can be preventable and even, from my understanding, reversed through stuff like it said that the keto diet can reverse type 1 or type 2 diabetes, but no, the keto diet's nice. It works I lost 50 pounds when I was on it. Um, but I figured the wolves are still there. And say septic bug. Um, but what I was saying about the keto diet, and I'm like jumping all over in conversation right now. The downfall to the keto diet is just, as soon as you get off of it, that weight comes right back. And, that shouldn't be sustainable because if you're going to be quote unquote keto, you need to just stay keto. That's the only way to keep the weight off. And I like bread. And we do, me and the wife, we do like low carb bread. I mean, it was okay, but it'd be really, really, really hard for me to do keto diet working at a pizza place right now. Just saying. Maybe not impossible. Really, really hard. Really? I don't have enough peat. Oh, there's an empty chest. I need to get my bees too. All right, no, when you get yourself a good rest, man. God bless you, bro. Jerry says no, it was not worth it. I wouldn't touch it with a 20-foot or 200-foot pole. The bacon flavored soda. Um. Anyway, about that, what I was saying before I got like rabbit tracked, uh, or rabbit trailed. As Ninja was saying, like the is it worth to try terrible bacon flavored things for money? Is it worth it to do anything for money? It's a matter of like giving up your own integrity for some kind of success. Um, I wouldn't necessarily recommend it. No, because I mean it's easy to fall into that temptation of doing something for money, doing something, say, for views, doing something for follows, and it's like, yeah, but no. And burn, burn, burn. Oh yeah, the you should see it if you try to burn a peat, like a pit of the peat. That's fun. In Vintage Story, you can actually create forest fires. It's one of the really good ways to like clear area and stuff. feel like I need to do another row, but this is too wide. I mean, honestly, though, yeah, I don't have the spacing to make another row, or I would. Um, make a. Actually, I'm going to use these last two bronze bars to make a chisel. And we use those last two bronze bars to make a chisel. I need to. And Dragon says, if you really want to talk about unique Christmas ornaments, I have one of only two in the world. It's a photo I have taken, printed on metal. The other one I gave to my grandfather. It was the only family member that I had that stuck with me the best he could for my whole life, no matter how far I'd fallen away from him. Yeah. Um, my grandfather actually has passed away. God rest his soul. Um, when my grandpa passed, a lot of things came out about him that I didn't know. The one thing that um, and my mom actually wrote a book about it. She published a book about it. Um, it kind of messed with me a little bit. It's hard to really go into too much detail. What did I just? 10 bronze mining hammerhead. Okay, I guess that's what we're going to be making. I thought I was just making a hammer or a chisel. You know what? This is what I am going to do. I can't do that because I don't have my chisel. I messed up. I messed up big. And here comes that train. I still need to make the command for that. I think I was looking at a. I think I was looking at a. He was a children's pastor for most of my life. And it's only since COVID has he retired. Uh, then went back to work for the same church a few months later, only part time because he was bored. Oh, nice. Well, as I was saying with my grandpa, there were some things that came out about him after uh, after he passed away. He passed away. I want to say back in 2002 or so. He was a pastor as well. And I'm glad you still have that. He's still around for you, Dragon, because my grandpa also brought me to Christ. He was the first one that I read the Bible with, and that kind of thing. Um, and it really really messed with me when all of this stuff came out. Uh, that apparently my mom had dealt with him, or like my mom had dealt with from him. So it's kind of like been something of contention for me. Uh, but I still like say God rest his soul, because you know he at least brought one person to know God, and that was me. Even though it took me a while, and I struggled, and um, I had my issues. I went down some bad paths, but as it says in Proverbs, I'm not sure book, chapter, and verse, so I can't post it. But it says in Proverbs, teach a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. We might have enough time to get the chisel out of this too. Hand panner, hand wedge. I want the chisel. Proverbs 22:6. Nice, thanks for that, Chovy. Train up a child in the way he should go, even when he is old, he will not depart from it. Thanks for that. Um, Eat the potato or the peanuts first. No probs. Ooh. Okay, now I want to get a subscription to As Always Ministries. I like that. The magnified. That's an awesome emote. We need our we use our hammer and our chisel, and I think this works. Maybe it's just chisel. Yes, it's just chisel. Turns it back into bits that we can smelt back into bronze. Finish up these peanuts. All right, guys, I gotta go to the bathroom. So I'm gonna take a quick break. We're right around the 2 hour mark anyway. I think it's a good time for a break. And he told me everything I knew about God before I knew God, but it was very fragmented, and some of it I misremembered because I knew the name Jesus was important in Christianity. I thought he was just a God in Christianity. And I knew there was something to do with baptism, which I didn't know what it meant at the time. And a bunch of other just random fragments that on their own made no sense. It's kind of the same thing with me. I mean, one of the things that my grandpa did was take me into the Book of Revelations and put a kid into the Book of Revelations. Yeah, probably not the best idea. um, but it did kind of spur uh, like a love for some of the studying of Revelations and that kind of thing. Um, it scares me now because some of the stuff that I see going on makes me wonder, like, how exactly is this going to happen? And because there are certain things, specifically, talk of China and talk of Russia, but that's something we can go over if and when it comes up. I don't want to, 100% anything. If it's just some of the things that I see happening in the world does worry me. So, like, how close are we? Did we say that he's coming back, and we say that he can come back anytime? Um, I'm not for sure if it's going to be a rapture type situation. I know that the church that I go to does preach the rapture, um, but then I go through the book of Revelations and I don't see a quote unquote rapture. Um, but that's neither here nor there. My grandpa did actually bring me to God. He was the one that got me uh, into Christianity. He did, you know, teach me of Jesus, and I went to church after that. I went to a few churches, and then it was in my teenage years that I did all my falling away, and it was 100% me. Yeah, I say it's in God's time, and He will return when He says it's time. Amen. It really does. And for any of those people out there that are sitting there and thinking, well, why is He waiting? Like, what is He waiting on? The answer might actually be He's waiting on you. So, to any of those out there that are thinking, well, what is He waiting on? That might be the answer of what He's waiting on. He's waiting on you. So, but I'm going to go ahead and take me a quick break. Um, I'm going to go use the bathroom and possibly go outside for a minute. And I will be back. All right, guys? All right, so I'm back. I'm gonna pull this picture up. Oh, okay. You've actually put that picture. I think you've put that picture in the Discord already. Actually, it's like way up there at the beginning. Yeah, that was like one of the first pictures that you posted in the Discord, Dragon. So I'll go into gameplay because I believe it picks up my entire screen. And zoom out so we can see the whole picture. I can't remember where you sent that one. I don't see it on Steam. Yeah, this is the original image. I zoomed out though. That's fine, Lois. I'm probably going to be going for a little bit longer. I want to, since I'm chiseling, I kind of, since I'm dealing with the pit counts, I kind of want to finish that off. But yeah, this is the picture. That actually would be a really cool ornament. That would be awesome as a Christmas ornament. And printed on metal with the grayscale, that would be really cool. Yeah, I'm gonna go to my starting here. Um, yeah, printed on metal would give it a very interesting texture. Update this. Let it play for a sec. Well, I get in here for the YouTube. And question, guys, is what do you think? Do you think this vintage story would be better played without a camera, or hey guys, welcome back. We are in part 18. We have gotten all of the shingles done, which is good. Um, Probably going to finish chiseling up, like doing the chiseling on the pit kiln area, and probably going to end up calling it a day, calling it video quits. Um, I mean, I don't know. There's a few things that we want to do. I really need to get to put like a something where the stairs go up. Um, that way, I don't have just the roof on the stairs. It looks wrong right now. Um, so I might do the chiseling, and I might do that. Those two things, and then we're probably going to call this episode. And I need to get to bed so I can actually wake up in the morning and do my morning stream. Or we can just keep going. I mean, I'll leave it up to the viewers. All right, Chovy. Well, thanks for joining, man. You have yourself a good sleep, and God bless you, bro. I appreciate you being here. Oh, it's because I'm. There we go. Eternal Lotus, thanks for that follow. I appreciate it. So tell me, what brings you into the stream? And like, have you played Vintage Story? What kind of games do you like to play? Oh, a lot of fire. Ben Larkin says Anna stream playing Minecraft, so been distracted. All right, that's cool. This game is a lot like Minecraft. That's probably one of the reasons why I like it. Uh, but it has the ability. So the chisels and bricks mod, if you're familiar with that, is actually baked into the game. So you can literally get 16 times the detail in Vintage Story than you can in Minecraft. And as someone who is predominantly a builder in Minecraft, it's something that I absolutely love. So since you came from the Anna raid, tell me something that you like about Anna. What is the one thing that you like about Anna? You play a lot of modded Minecraft. Got bored of vanilla, and my biggest thing I like about it is how sincere a person she is. That's actually really nice. Just being able, like, somebody who's absolutely sincere. Yeah, that's something that I try to be. And this is kind of like, I mean, I guess you could say that Vintage Story is kind of like a modded Minecraft game. And here comes the train. I am going to put a command that is train. That way, somebody could add. Uh, there's like every time that a train goes by, you can do train. Is how many times has stream heard a train in this video? Um, Actually, I'm going to add it. I do need to put, like, I meant to put this down as a command, but I have not. Oh, pet counts are done. HTTPS. There we go. New command added is exclamation point game. Cool, I can't open that at the same time. And I did too. I got, like, vanilla Minecraft is just boring. I have a Minecraft realm that I really need to get on and do some stuff with. But it's like, I can't bring myself to play it. Yeah, I'm missing out on chat. Bucklord's found some gold. Nice. And show was spawning mobs like 2 blocks away. Yes, it does that. You like the detail in the game? Yeah. It's one of the favorite things or one of my favorite things. I didn't get to say night. Uh, I am playing on a public server called Aura Fury. And there is some amazing builds in this server. Okay, cool beans. So we've got one side done. The one downfall about Vintage Story is it does have a rather steep learning curve. This is one of the reasons why I compare it. Is like it's Minecraft and Dark Souls, because Dark Souls has a really steep learning curve too. Um, Everything wants to kill you in this game, and there is no taming wolves unless you get a mod for it. Uh, Might keep that there. Oh wait, we've got a little stack right there. And into 48, turn that into 48. 48, 48. Need to go put these in the kiln. All right, it just seemed like that was off or off bit. I think we've got 16. We'll have 16 left over. Pretty sure. Maybe I should put shifting on them, just like drag them and drop them. Because I think that's where things are getting messed up. Yep, we've got 16 left over. Big learning curve in a game like this would actually be quite refreshing. Yeah, it is. I mean, are you empty? I've got flax. I'll just eat the flax. Because I've got a ton of flax. I've thought about doing a compilation and like kind of doing a side-by-side thing with Minecraft and then Vintage Story. But one of the downfalls about that is I would actually have to what's a tomb run? But one of the downfalls about that is I would have to do the Vintage Story part in creative because it just takes too long to get everything that you need. Oh, fun, fun, fun. So I need to bring this out another voxel. Discord, we've got the screenshots channel. Uh, there's screenshots. Oh, okay. I think I've seen a run like that. So this is the tomb run that Lone Wolf was talking about. It's actually pretty cool looking. It says within each of the tombs there would be bones of some important person, sometimes valuables too. Now a shot of an open tomb. So when you actually break into the like take off the tomb, you get a uh, what's the word? A container or an urn, and it looks like some bones. This is actually really cool. Like that's some serious attention to detail for the ruins. Very nice. Nice. Nice loots. Okay, I think this right here is where we want to be. And of course, I've got to put these here for that little bit on the side. And I still need more. You going to bed, Dragon? All right, man. Have a good night's rest, and I will talk to you later. All right. God bless you, bro. I'm gonna have to go down there and either light that cave up underneath my base, or I'm going to have to fill it up. One of the two, because I am tired of hearing drifters all the time. I'm like chiseling most of these blocks away. I think I'll do just the bigger details, and then I'll go in with the fine detail. That's probably the best way to do it. Um, do I have any more andesite? It does not look like I do. I'm going to have to go down and get some more. Iron pickaxe is about to break though. Honestly, my knife is about to break too. I don't think I can place anything there. Nope. Because the candles are there, I can't place anything. I can place something there. Let's see here. I'm gonna go out and start filling in the lake we got here. That is nice and hot. Oh, we got some fun finagling to do here. Don't tell me that I'm going to actually have one that's not. That that kind of stinks. I've never had that one happen. It's probably another reason why we really need to get working on the windmills too. But, there's only so much that we can do in a certain amount of period because this game is, it does end up playing rather slow. Did it cool down? Nobody said anything about my question. There we go. Now we got an ingot. I need to make these. Oh, okay. No, I also don't want to take that one off. All right, so that gives us another. Where'd it go? There it is. And I'll give us another iron pickaxe, and just in case ours breaks. Our sword is almost done too, so might as well. I'm doing all of this just so I can go down and get the rest, like enough andesite so I can finish this up. Okay, and then cut off this bit here. And we're doing a sword this time. You might as well go ahead and use the rest of this knife. I feel like all of our tools are about ready to break. I'm not dealing with you guys today. The axe is about ready to break too. I'm not planning on using my axe though, so I'm not going to worry about making it. As you get deeper, the baddies get just a little worse. You can see this is not the first time I've been in this cave. Hi. Broke my knife. I was going to make a new one. I do still have my pro pick. Yeah, I didn't have much around here. Also, the lower you get, the lower your quote unquote temporal instability gets. I guess you could say insanity is one way to put it. It's one of the ways that I've heard other people playing vintage story. You should call them vintage storytellers, or just storytellers. This is just absolutely nothing down here. Except a drifter pit. And now we're hungry. Of course we are. And we've got it lit up at least. So I don't think any drifters should be spawning down here. Probably still going to block this off. Um, and now we're actually going to go for the porridge. Which is not giving us very much at all. It must be almost rotten. I don't have a whole lot that I can cook, though. That's the problem. I don't know how my berries are. You know, like those are flowering. There's some berries. Oh no, that's not good. Oh yeah, I don't have a knife. Okay, I gotta go make a knife. I mean, I suppose I could just make a flint knife. I'll make an iron knife though, because it'll actually last me for a bit. Um, 2, 3, 4, 6. Not quite. Well, rip. The system connected, but I am downloading data really slowly. Oh, well, I don't know what's going to be more exciting. Doing the shingles or waiting for the server to load? I mean, like, painfully slowly. Yeah, that might be a good idea. In this Starman Earthbound. I'd love to play that game. There we go. Started my tool that tests my connection to the server, and it is running. I perform a test every 5 seconds. So far has not failed since I started it. 23 tests so far. And while we are waiting, I am going to go ahead and run an ad, guys. Not going to be a whole lot. It's going to be going on, so yeah, I'm going to go ahead and run an ad. Actually, it looks like we might have had an issue with our internet service because it looks like we've gone. Our live is reset, so it might have been me. All right. Anyway, we're in game. As I said, I am going to go ahead and run that ad to get rid of pre-rolls for anybody coming in. So if you're lurking, I appreciate you lurking through the ad. Thank you very much. Those are full. Now it's for the. I don't have enough. That's really weird. Um, yeah, my grain is all the way up. Yeah, I might as well go ahead and finish off the entire stack. Why not? No, I didn't want to do that. Um, Knife blade. And that fly is back. Nope. He got away. Okay. Also, it looks like we never did get our andesite cobble I made. So yeah, I think we lost internet. And oh, we've got that one too. Yeah, I always end up doing that. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I'd be tempted to keep going. I mean, if I go to bed, then it's like when I wake up in the morning, especially, it just it's hard for me to wake up in the morning, and I really want to do my morning stream because it's when we do the devotion. Oh, that might be a little bit too big. I said I was going to go ahead and add all of this stuff before I went in and did the final detailing. Yeah, I turned that block into a chisel block too. Never fails. And I turned that block into a chisel block. Now it looks like that block's already a chisel block, so it is definitely getting there. I mean, we could go really, really crazy on the detailing on this if we wanted to. I mean, we could go really, really crazy on this if we wanted to. The sun's starting to set. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I think that makes it just a little bit better. Chiseling stinks when you're a perfectionist. This is like, I've got this just this little bit of detail more that I can add. It's also the downfall about turning all of the blocks into chisel blocks is I don't know when I've finished the block that's supposed to be the chisel block and when I've hit the block that's not supposed to be. Um, of course, we're hungry. I still haven't gotten any meat. That's empty. So yeah, it's time to go get the cow I killed. Generation 1. Okay, so we've got like one Generation 1 cow. I think we need to make more. First off, we need to go eat though. Yeah, it's worth a shot. I don't think it's gonna cook it, but I think I'm gonna turn that to 10. Oh yeah, there we go. A rift like right next to us. I can hear it. I think that's pretty much done. I mean, oh dang. Is that is one component that I do not like about this. Yeah, they could at least do like a shift click to equip and a shift click to unequip if they're going to keep it like that. I think they do have a suggestions. Oh, we still have unfired bricks. Yeah. Knife. Yeah, I can see that. He says those hotbar slots are just too valuable to have your armor in your hand. Yeah, I can definitely see that. If it was like a shift click from inventory, I think that would make it just a little bit easier. You know, a little bit more tolerable. It's like, yeah. Personal. Really should be planks up on the second floor. All right, it's time to go clear the island. I need to finish that too. Nope. Yeah. I can't get to it now. Hey, thanks for that alert, Disco. I appreciate it, man. Right now, I'm actually starting to build a little bit onto the second story. Yeah, I'm kind of just chilling. The quick line takes forever to make. I need it for the plaster. And pick guns are going pretty good though. Really don't like that. I'm probably gonna end up having to like switch that up. I just don't like it. Yeah, these like they're opposite, but they're like on the same level. You know what if that makes any sense. Those really do need to be planks. Yeah, oak and walnut. Yeah. Um, really need to go see if I have any maple trees I can cut down. That's one. Let me get this smaller one over here. You need to go through and mow. Oh. So pit kilns are going. We were doing some chiseling work over here. Kind of got that area. I need to the maple. That's the reason why I. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, pit kiln's full of them right now. Do. If I made it one wider, I could have put a row in the middle. Yep, it pretty much is. Isn't that always the way, though? No, you're good. I think it's just one. Awesome. Mm. Oh yeah. Let's see if I can get it even with the top. There we go. That is a lot of tiles. Like, seriously, a lot of tiles. It leaves us with 32, but, you know, that's fine. I can fire the 32, and I'm going to. But, of course, I am sorely lacking in the hay department. Oh. Let's see here. I did say that I wanted to put up a door. I've also got the maple slabs, so and I wonder Nope. Ah, gotcha. Freaking fly. This thing's been flying around my desk all night. It's like 3 o'clock. Um, really, really disappointed that we can't. We can't put anything there. I mean, one of the things I could do is I could do like a bench or something in this spot. I can actually finish off this wall. So not have a window. Actually, now that I'm looking at it, I kind of like it. That would require like redoing everything. It would end up making it look a lot better. I'm gonna do it. As much as I hate to, I'm gonna do it. This axe is getting ready to break. Yep, what did I tell you? do we have another one? We do, but it's getting ready to break too, so... And you've done cool. It's 3 o'clock. Uh, Sal's on. Sal is actually really nice, and she's been playing Vintage Story as well. So, for my peeps that are watching for Vintage Story content, uh, if I have to pick somebody to raid, it'd definitely be Sal, because Sal is very, I haven't heard her curse, and she's very friendly, very sweet, and she normally plays with Mir, but it didn't look like she's playing with Mir today. I need to get some sleep too. Yeah, I'm gonna make up this axe. So first, iron axe. That right there is very nice. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. I definitely did not mean to do that. I'm glad I caught that, or else I would have had a voxel too short. guess I'm going to go up here and I'm going to chop all of this down. And then tomorrow we're going to redo this. Which is going to be so fun. So looking forward to it. All right.
Little while. I should have a sip of coffee. That command was removed ages ago. It was related to Jizago from Skyrim. It's Donny Dreams. Hello, hello. Is Mia still around? A debatable morning to you, Mia, says Bernie.
Debatable morning to you too.
You're looking tired, Mia. Do you want to go to bed? I can give you a BRB break while you go and hobble.
All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for joining me. We will be back soon.
Awesome. Well, thank you.
We're going to go over and we're going to give Sal some live.
Thank you.
As I said, she's a very sweet lady.
Hang on a second, I'm hungry. I'll just get myself fed. And no, actually, we'll just I'll leave it here. We'll be back in just 2 minutes. I'm gonna let.
Oh,
Mia
wait, no,
sort
hold
of
on.
move the sofa so that he can get out and then hobble his way through to his closet. I'll be back in just a few minutes.
She's going to be right back. So we're gonna cancel it. You've got to wait until she's there so she can see the raid. But if you are a subscriber, then copy this command. Let's see here. Yeah, let's do it this way. So if you are a subscriber, I believe that that's tier 2. Do this. I'm making this one up as I go because I need to make new ones. The server's getting ready to restart anyway. A lot of emotes. If you are not a subscriber, then we will do this command. I need to actually. I need to make a command. I need to make a command. I'm gonna make a command. I kind of like the idea of having some of the little heart emojis in there too. But thank you all for hanging out. I really, really, really appreciate it. Go to just chatting for a second. I thank all of you all for hanging out. I know that sometimes my late night streams do tend to run a little bit longer. And honestly, I really should get to bed. Like, I should sleep more often than what I do. Definitely. Honestly, I'm not even really that tired. You know what I mean? I might even like keep on playing, like keep on playing and do some of the stuff, do some stuff off stream. That do like some of the more tedious stuff, that kind of thing. Come on, Sal. What's taking you so long?
Oh, okay.
There she is. She's back.
Every time you hear the first notes of the song, you're expecting a dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy. Have you ever heard Duke Ellington's version, Sugar Rum
All right.
Fairy?
But once again, guys, thank you for joining me. Thank you for hanging out. We're gonna go over and we're gonna give Salford Sal some love. As I said, she is so sweet. She's playing vintage story, and if I have to pick one of the vintage storytellers to pass my audience off to, from what I have seen from Salford Sal, she would definitely be the one. So.
What's this about hobbling? Did someone step on Mia's foot again? Yeah, he just woke up one morning and his foot had gone all gammy again.
I will see you all over there, and as I said, thank you again. I hope you all have a wonderful and blessed day. This is Donnie Dream saying over and out. God bless you all.